assassin. What's up? What's happening? We are here back on the water, guys. You are tuned into the Rodcast, the home of the BBL. That is the Big Bass Line. Morning, 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 homies. Let's see. Let's see what's gonna happen today, guys. Nobody knows. But it looks like there's gonna be very little cloud cover, so we will hydrate. That is for sure. Let's see if we got maps. We do not. Excellent. Excellent. That is exactly what we wanted in the morning. We wanted the challenge to be raised. Ooh, I need a trailer. We wanted the challenge to be high. How can you prove yourself if the challenge bar is not high? Looking good. All right. We're set up. We're gonna throw a, I don't know if anybody got notifications, but either way, we're gonna get out here. This is, with that cast, this is 30 times 2 plus 20 and change consecutive days of fishing. I am seeing fishing lines or fish lines underneath me. Let's try and pick one off. What up, old school? They say the early bird gets the worm. That is correct, old school. Except I feel like I'm a little late. I wanted to get up earlier, but my alarm went off. And like I said, I don't like the cold. So I woke up, I didn't have a blanket on, and I should have just got out of bed. But instead, what I did was I covered myself up with a blanket, and then, I don't know, maybe 20 minutes later, I got out of bed. It's like I had to warm up. There's a little bit of eelgrass floating around. Not too bad. We're throwing Don's chatterbait real quick. There's still that eelgrass. It's kind of weird. The wind is still blowing in the same direction-ish. It's blowing in the same general direction. The eelgrass, I would assume, would have moved on, but I guess not. Stupid maps. We'll position right here. We'll spot lock. We just need one bite to continue that non-zero. And then we can swing for the fences. Just get that monkey off our back and then we'll swing for the fences. Bromance, what up, dog? Bromance got 5 on it. This early in the morning. Dang, bruh. Bromance got 5 on it. Fishing with Silver and me. Bromance got 5 on it. Grab your fishing pole, homie. Oh, we're going for a creel 15. I'm gonna try and go north of a creel 15. But what I am gonna do is switch. Yo, what up, Colin? What's happening? There's no map stuff. Let me try and fix it as I throw a shaky head out there. Troubleshooting while fishing? What could go wrong? What could go wrong? It's Bromance's day off. A well-earned day off there, Bromance. All right, I've connected and disconnected the cables in the back. No maps changed. We will be going till 11-ish, homies. Why, if you're tuning in, am I fishing on my knees? We have not gotten to the point of the show where we are in desperation to where we need to pray for a fish. We're not there just yet, guys. We are in the part of the show where we are trying to fix our maps. It says loading charts. Did we do it? Did we fix it? I don't know. Usually when it says loading charts, we're in the money. Nope. Oh, they're blowing up over there. They're blowing up over there, guys. Will we make it over there? I doubt it. But we got the trolling motor on high. Do we know exactly where we're at? We don't. All right, we're pulling up on this other point over here. There they are. There she blows. I am throwing a Lucky Craft square bill, even though he's broken a little bit. Forgot that it was on high. Creel almost got his wish, but he didn't. They're blowing up right here, guys. How have I not got a bite? How did I not get a bite in all that? There's one. And it's a white bass. Good, came off. Oh, they're blowing up over here now. They're blowing up all over the place, guys. Can we get there in time is the question. I doubt it. I think we're really just chasing ghosts here. Because I believe these to be white bass. rather than focusing our eyes on the prize. I believe we're chasing white bass here. What up, Creel? You missed a moment where I was caught off balance. You could have had your wish. My reel sounds like it's a seal here, bro. Just as quick as they were blowing up, they have now submerged. We chased the dream. Well, I mean, it would count, and these guys would let you know about it. Oh, we had a little one on. He was tiny. That's the second missed fish of the day. But the other one was a white bass, so nobody really cares about that. I'm throwing my broken Lucky Craft. Okay, I hooked into something. This looks like a largemouth, or at least a green bass. Oh yeah, dogs. And with that, we have officially barely hooked this guy, but we have continued our non-zero streak. 30 times 2 plus some number of days. I can see that school. It just cruised right underneath me. This one is a little bit bigger, but not by much. We're all trying to leave treble free, dog. Come on, dog. We got fish to cast to. All right, he's a little bit bigger, but not by much. That school is cruising around here, guys. It is just a bunch of bullies cruising around right here, trying to eat everything they see. Break down a bird barn. I'm gonna need more details here. What does that entail? Now Creel's gonna have that on my mind. I'm gonna be like, what does break down a bird barn mean? Well, at least you got to see a couple fish, Creel. Okay, so the bullies have gone this way. I mean, this is probably a point in time where I could put on a topwater. And you guys will be all like, that's amazing. Whatever this is, it's okay. Ah, son of a gun, I let it come up. I knew I shouldn't have pulled up. It was an okay fish, whatever it was. It was better than the other ones. Dang it. My bad, guys. I'm not saying it would have been a BBL. But it was definitely better than those two little dinks that we saw earlier. These guys are out here munching. That was a misplay on my part, guys. It looks like there are roaming fish around here. Oh yeah, so I was gonna say, I could probably throw a topwater out here. I also wish I had my maps because I'm pretty sure I'm on top of this hump right now. Well, not really, but close. They're blowing up over here, guys. Now this is the point where I could just throw a topwater right there and cheat. They're probably white bass though. And be like, yo, I got a topwater strike. Or maybe I got no strike at all. Dude, look at that. Maybe I did get a strike. My bait no longer has a front treble. What the? Something might have hit me and took my treble off. Or maybe that's why that other fish came off, because my treble came off. Dang, dang, dang. Dang it. It's already being done. We're already having technical issues. So maybe I didn't overplay that other fish. It's just he left with a piercing. They're blowing up all around me, guys. Now I'm over here messing around with top water. I gotta do something. I gotta figure out what I'm gonna... I gotta tie on a bait, but which one? Maps, why have you failed me? All right, guys, I'm gonna look for a crankbait. Where you at, crankbaits? What do we got in here? We got a jabberjaw. We got a jabberjaw and a strike king something. All right, let's throw the jabberjaw. I don't know why. Let's just throw it. What up, Travis? What's happening? You gotta be kidding me, bro. Just freaking come off. The bigger one, I believe, took my hook off. But remember, guys, that Lucky Craft was already broken. It had a slit down the side. I mean, down the middle. All right, let's get it. Let's jabberjaw these fools. I don't like his casting distance, but anyways, I guess it'll do. How is he so much lighter? This don't make any sense. He definitely doesn't go as deep as the other one. Osprey's going down at 100 miles an hour, bros. Even the Osprey's getting in on the action. This guy does not fly. Why don't the maps work? All right, actually, I'm starting to go away from. You gotta be kidding me, Doug. From where I was. I must have drifted. Does this guy not go as far? Okay. These guys were crazy for a minute. And then I threw some top water and must have scared them off. They're like, that looks hideous. This neighborhood is no longer safe. Let's go. Okay, so it looks like they're still cruising through here. All right, I'm not really a fan of this jabberjaw. This guy only goes like a foot, 2 feet. Should probably be enough. See, that's why he doesn't go as far. Because my brakes decided they wanted to engage. Now he's going far. Come on, brakes. Why? Now the jabberjaw can go a little bit deeper. Now he goes 3 feet. How nice. It's not a good neighborhood anymore, bromance. And they know. They're like, oh, something feels off. There's a disturbance in the force. There's some roaming banditos here. And now they're not here right now. At least they're not coming back up. But they're here somewhere. They're just not showing themselves. And I wish I had my maps so I could follow this contour line. That was weird. It's like I had a fish. And then I didn't had a fish. Better do something, jabberjaw, before I have to put you into retirement. You got a couple casts left. Maybe the jabber draws like my brother. His jaw jabbers, but he ain't backing it up. Jabberjaw, you've been demoted. We're going to an old classic. Striking squarebill. Might be a 1.5 or a 2.5. I don't remember. It's a something 0.5. Know that. He's got a scar on his face, so he must have gone into battle a couple times. He looks hideous. Can't believe I lost that bigger one. And again, I'm going to say that it was a broken hook. Oh, see? As soon as I put this bait on, these guys must know. They felt it over there. They're like, it's time to eat. I don't know if I can make it over there before all that chaos ends. But I'm gonna try. I'll use my crankbait to pull us over there. We are on 8 when we should be on max. Camera facing forward, correct. These are probably white bass though. That's what I've been saying for a lot of these, but we may never know. I guess we'll never know. The action stopped. It's like we're the not cool people. You know, when they show up and they're like, hey guys, what's going on? Let's get out of here, guys. The uncools have shown up. Let's go find somewhere else to hang out. I know there was a party here. Eco, what's happening? All right, guys, we're gonna put on that deep diving crank. Not Jizzy, but the other one. Where'd he go? Where'd you go, homie? We've reteed quite a bit this morning. I see them guys. There's a school just cruising around here. Just roaming. They pop up on the side imaging every so often. And they are just looking for something to munch. And I believe I got what they would munch, but only one way to find out. One has to cast it out, fish around, find out. And now I'm stuck in my carpet. And now I'm stuck on the other side of the carpet. Is this your first day of fishing, dog? Maybe. Why? What's up? Yo, what up, Jay? There's a bunch of yo's in here. Yo, yo, yo. Yo ho. Yo ho. What was I gonna say about you, dog? I wasn't gonna say anything. I said, what up, Jay? Man, I wish we had those maps. Can't tell the contours. The edge drops off right here real quick. I'll spray above. I'm gonna use nature as my fish finder. Show me where they're at, Osprey. Also, fish, jump up and show me where you're at as well. I don't know what you're talking about, Jay. All I did was give you props, so I don't know about what you're saying, I guess. I don't know, I just said, gave you guys props. All right, this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna post up a little bit more shallow. Okay. That's a lot a bit more shallow. And we're gonna cast to where we believe the deep to be. It's nice and rocky out there. Dang, bro. That cast is crazy. Oh, that's your... What? That was your first largemouth dog? Nice. Whatever direction that is, bro, there is a lot of hard bottom down there. I do like that. Wish I had maps. I wonder if we received a tracking number. Doubt it. I also wonder if they said we are going to receive it in 3 business days or if they were going to mail it in 3 business days. That I don't know. I was gonna go hit up the spot that we got on some fish yesterday, but we stopped here for a second. I need to start fishing more tournaments. Eco, are you trying to get me to donate my money away, bro? What's the longest 3 business days you've ever got? Mine was 2 weeks of... Well, let's hope that that's not the case, bro. Well, it's still along the lines of... Or it's still this... What the heck is going on here, bro? It's still along the lines or having to deal with this package here, bro, because they were supposed to have already sent these things and they never did because they didn't have my address. But the email said, we will be sending these maps to the address that we have. Cool. Turns out they didn't have an address. Whatever the case is, we're still waiting for those maps. This should, in theory, work here. This should work. The Ethernet should be, I think it's the Ethernet, should be sharing that data up here, so I don't know what's going on. Do not call me that, bromance. I'll shave it off so that there will be no confusion. It's just there's not a lot of time. Only so many hours in the day. All right, guys, let's move to... Well, hold on. Let me throw a couple of casts of something slow to the point of this area. Just a couple casts. Though wherever that rock felt real nice. Okay. I'm gonna go somewhere in this direction. Okay. Side imaging shows a couple dum-dums over here. We gotta be close. We gotta be close to. All right, we're close. This has knockers in it. Very interesting. I was unaware that this deep diving crank had Let's see where I am. Close enough. Maybe the Wolverine portion is my alleged Canadian side, dog. What up, Tim? Man, there's gonna be no cloud cover, guys. There will be no forgiveness today. These guys want to be jumping around out there, huh? I got something for you fools. We want to have a good time just jumping out here like we're seals and stuff. Dolphins. Let me send something your way. All right. They didn't seem to like it. Again, it's probably the cool guys. Once the nerds show up, they're like, I'm out of here. Nothing. Weird. Okay. Bromance, I've thought about this, bro. If you live eternal, it's cool and all, except it kind of sucks. Because every single one of your loved ones, you see them pass away. Oh, we're having a party way over there. I can't be chasing you guys around, bros. I mean, I can, but I can't. I gotta focus. But yeah, dog, you see all your loved ones pass away, and that has got to be the worst part of being eternal. But assuming that you were born, you would only have one set of parents. So you would only see one set of direct descendants. So you would only see those guys pass away once. And then after that, you would only see offspring and assuming that you remarried at some point in time, who knows? You may have had, so potentially you may only see one set of everything pass away, because if you never remarry or you never have more kids, then you only see one set of people disappear or die off. So that right there, I guess it's all preference. Now, I know the moderator wants me to say I would never remarry. She's going to want me to say that. It's grass. So I'm going to say that. I would never remarry. So then you end up, man, at that point in time, you basically only see your homies die. So I don't know, dog. Eternal life. Bromance got me questioning the deep question so far. And it's barely, I don't know, 6 and change maybe. It's barely going to be 7. Now remember, guys, we'll be getting off at the 11-ish hour. There are schools of bait cruising around here. I believe it to be a black 13, bro. There can only be one. All right, guys. Whoa. There's a school of fish over here on this other hump. They keep looking at me, bro. They keep talking to me. They're like, over here. And then when I go over here, then this one's gonna be over here, and they're gonna be like, over here. And I'm like, okay, you guys have tricked me. Touche, you win this round. We're on trolling motor 9 right now. Now we are going kind of fast, but we will cast behind us. There was a drop right there. And there are some fish arches down there. Did we hook into one or did we not? I can't tell. Something tapped me. Negative. Negative. We got love tapped, but we didn't get tapped. But we will continue throwing back behind us in the line that we were cruising. We are in 16 feet of water. Oh, that is right, bromance. They're keeping my hook sets away from me. Over here. Oh, over here. No, over here. And I'll be like, come on, guys. I'm just trying to get a hook set. Look at this guy trying to get a hook set. Let's mess with him. Okay, we're getting closer to this other hump over here. So we might as well go to it. Let's check our maps. All right, we've passed a portion of it. We're gonna have to mask up, hydrate up, and prepare for the heat. Because that sun is up now, boys and girls. There will be no forgiveness from here on out. We will be unforgiven. It is going to get toasty. It's grass. Grass. It is the bassiest grass we've ever seen, guys. This is why I couldn't tell if it was bass or grass, because he was little. He just don't know it. Just a little spotted bass. Washalo, puro tiny. That guy bit a 6XD. What's his problem? Tim, you showed up a little late, dog. The continuous non-zero streak had already been dealt with. It was definitely green, bromance. Go check the map, see where we're at. Okay, we are sort of cool. It's all good, Tim. I was merely updating. Nobody checks attendance here. Bromance, how did you... The first thing you did was come in here and put 5 on it. Then you must have disappeared, bro, because later on, that's when we caught the first one. And then we got a better one, and then we broke one off. I think it took my hook. The better one ended up taking my hook. All right, we got to do 2 things. We got to hydrate, we got to mask and glove up. And then we got to switch to a jig. It's a beautiful day on Lake Guntersville. A beautiful day on Lake Guntersville. Would you be my? Could you be my? I've always wanted to have a co-angler just like you. I've always wanted to fish Lake Guntersville with you. Yo, what's up, Rob? Rob, so far we've had 3 fish bite, none of them crazy big. The decent one that we got to bite, I believe that it took the hook from my Lucky Craft crankbait, but that crankbait was already broken. We knew that. And we threw it, and it caught a couple fish, but it also lost the hook. So, anyways. Won't you be my co-angler? Hopefully everybody's having a great day, wherever you are. We're throwing a jig into the grass. This day is going to be unforgiving. Very little cloud cover. Just a slight breeze, so that's nice. We're throwing to the top of a hump. The hump has grass on top, and it's got a hard bottom. And we're just trying to pop this out of the grass. I'm throwing a 1/2 ounce football jig in pumpkin seed color, maybe. We are in 8 feet of water. Hey Rob, I don't think I really saw whether you appreciated that that descriptive audio portion of the show. We're gonna initially try and pop it out the grass and come out to the areas that don't have grass, and then after that, we're gonna start casting to the side that, I guess, along that grass line, and see what we can do with that. Thanks a lot, Rob. Now you got that song playing in my head. Rumor has it. Do-do-do. Do-do. I don't even know the name of that song. I only know rumor has it. I think that's what they say. I'm not exactly sure. We will fish till 11-ish. And around 11-ish, we will get off the water. And we will return about 5-ish. And potentially, I will have finished the movie, How to Train Your Dragon. And then the next movie on the list is The Rock. The Rock is one of my favorite movies. Yo, CB, are you saying The Rock is old school? I'm old school? Old school is old school? What you saying here, CB? You're old school? What are we talking here? The song is old school? That rumor has it song is old school? I don't even know what song I'm singing, dog. Eco, the problem with doing anything live at night is that you can't see what's going on. I don't have a proper light setup. I don't usually go night fishing, so I don't invest in lights. And then Rob is gonna be like, bro, I don't even know how many fish he has. I mean, what's going on? Is he even fishing? Are we still on? Like, Rob, we are still on. We are still fishing. And we're about to go chase a stupid school of stupid fish that have been jumping over here. I know they're just distracting me. Trying to take my eyes off the prize. They knew I was in a good spot. And they're like, hey, over here. Over here, dog. Huh? You like what we're doing over here? We're just splashing around. Show me one more time, fools. Show me where you're at so I can chase this fool's gold. Was that a mirage, guys? Was that a fisherman's mirage right there? Have I already dehydrated? And I don't know it. Oh, watch that little Al's. Al's keeping us where we need to be. Psych. I mean, not psych to Al, but psych. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, bring it back, dog. Bring back psych. I see bait fish underneath the boat. I see arches above that, the bait fish. In about 12 feet of water. The bait is hugging the bottom in about 16. Al is correct. These fish are psyching me out. I'm gonna ignore them. But I do appreciate Al bringing that back because I forgot about it. I forgot about bringing back psych. Psych! We're at 10 feet of water. We are slowly decreasing our depth. We have spot locked. We are blindly casting towards the point of this this hump right here. See, Al, the worst part is that they say they stay like just out of casting range to where I have to turn my trolling motor on high and go chase them. And then they're all like, just kidding, dog, we ain't there. That was the decoys. You got technology, and we got technology too, bro. We got fish decoys. It's just a technology battle, bro. Who can out technology the other? Cuba Sin Fronteras, what's up? I mean, hello, Sin Fronteras. How are you doing this fine morning? No BBL, bro. We have not encountered a BBL just yet. We have encountered Mother Earth. Our deep diving crank got a little bit too big for its britches. So now we're gonna have to go and try and get it out of the water. It's hung up somewhere. Might be on some line. Nah, this one feels kind of deeper than line, or not deeper, but a little more solid. Uh-oh. We might lose this deep crank. 6XD. Might be lost into Davy Jones's locker. That's line, bro. There's some line on that. Something ain't right. Well, I guess we shall see you on the other side, 6XD. Well, that's odd. Broke all the way up here. Interesting, interesting. Now somebody's going to be down there, probably me later on. It's going to be, whose line is this? And it's going to be my line. Rob, those high dollar lures. That 6XD has been hanging out at the Tackle Tavern for a while. And currently he's got like 40 of them. 40 identical twins. It's crazy. He probably had water in him anyways. In fact, Rob, let me go to the floor. Let me go to the floor one time. And voila, Rob. He's a ghost. He's back. Why I had two of them out of their package, I don't know. Maybe past me was like, yo, future me, you're going to need another 6XD. Rob, if I had a higher dollar lure on there, I would have just said, here guys, hold my mic. I'll be back. I'll see you guys in about, depending on the depth, I'll see you guys in about 2 minutes, 3 minutes, whatever the case is, because you know, I got to free dive down there and figure out what's going on. It just depends, bro. Now, I'm not saying that I want to lose every single one like that, but that is only the second 6XD that I've lost to the lake. So I think in terms of getting hung up and getting them out, I might be winning. I mean, I'm not undefeated, but I might be winning. Currently, I am throwing an 1/8 ounce shaky head. There's a lot of eelgrass starting to build up here, floating around. Now, I'm not exactly sure what that one thing is. What up, Moon? What's happening, dog? Mudu in the house. Mudu shows up in a bird's nest. ¿Qué pues, Mudu? Instant Mudu. But I really bird's nested because I cannot see what I'm throwing at. The sun is right there. Why am I the only one getting blinded by the sun? I want to blind you guys as well. Al's out there buying high dollar lures? ¿Qué pues, Al? What are we talking about, Al? I don't mean to. I'm not trying to get into your finances, but I'm talking about, what are we talking about when we're calling it a high dollar lure? We're talking about a mega bass? That's good, Moon. Shield your eyes, bro. Because I can't look in that direction either. I just know I'm casting in that direction. I cannot see in that direction. We'll move in a little bit, guys. I heard a splash over there, but I know they're just trying to blind me, so I'm not looking. Pescando, what's up, bro? God bless my dude. What's up? All right, Al. Yeah, don't be losing those. Now, Al, would I be throwing those? Would I be purchasing those? Those are two different things. I would not even purchase those. You live a different life than me, dog. I will purchase, let's see, 6XDs. I think they were like maybe $6.99 or something like that. I'll purchase 8 6XDs, but I am not purchasing one $50 lure, dog. At that point in time, that thing is just going into a, though the moderator is going to pop in and say, you do have this shad bait. I forgot what it's called. Is it bull shad? No, I forgot what it's called. But yeah, bro, at that point in time, I'm not even in that conversation. I am definitely not in that conversation because this is how I see it going. See, I lost that 6XD right there, right? Yeah, it hurts. I'm Mexican. I don't like wasting money. But it hurts. But I'm okay because I know, well, I got his homie. His homie's ready to roll. Still isn't tied on yet, but it's ready to roll. Now, if I lost that $50 lure or $200, I think that was the range. Yep, $50 to $200. What? Bro, I'm pulling out an insurance policy on those, but that's neither here nor there. What I'm saying is, if I were to lose that, then at that point in time, bro, rest of the day, I'm questioning, what did I do? Why? How? Why did I think that it was a good idea to pay $200 for this bait that I know could be lost just countless ways? Then I'm thinking, how many baits could I have bought with those $200? How many this and that? How many times could I have taken the moderator out to eat with those $200? Then I'm asking myself, how many times did I use that bait? And now I'm doing math, dog. I'm doing math on the water. And I was like, okay, I used that bait on 2 fishing outings. I've casted it probably, I don't know, so many times. Hold on, guys. Let me see who this is. All right, guys, that was the dude for the oven. Trying to figure out. So he was asking me, yo, so what happened to the oven, this, that, and the other? And I was like, I don't know, dude. I know that this and that are not working, but I don't know all the details. My wife was telling me about it, but then I was just kind of, well, I'm just going to get in trouble. I was just kind of like, what are you talking about? And I was like, so you're better off calling her and seeing what exactly she experienced, because I would not know. But yeah, Al, then I'm wondering I'm doing the math, how many casts I got out of that. So let's say I did 10 casts. I'm like, bro, 10 casts? That was like, what? That was like $20 a cast? How? What? That's insanity. But that is assuming that you lost it after 10 casts or something like that. You know what I'm saying? So that's the math that I couldn't wrap my head around. That's why when Creel suggested that we buy a mother's bait or something like that, I was like, Creel, I almost fainted that you suggested that. All right, guys, let's go. Let's go chase these alleged fish. Let's see what the deal is. We'll go to the spot that we saw him yesterday. Of course, we don't have our Jizzy Shad. We only have this other dude. I don't even know if this guy's OG or not. This guy also has knockers. All right, tied on. Let's get it. Let's get it, homies. Al, that $200 bait is basically like, that better be in your will, bro. Somebody better get that. Who just splashed out there? Somebody better get that in your will. And whoever gets that in your will, they will know that they were your favorite. Be all like, Cannon, here is my $200 swim bait. I knew I was Grandpa's favorite. I knew it. That's why he took me out of daycare. Yeah, and we went fishing. I knew it. And then he'll tell any other grandkids in your face, he liked me the most. So maybe you don't want to give that away to somebody in your family. It might start a battle. It might start some kind of bad blood in the family. You know what I'm saying? All right, dudes, let's go check this area out. Let's turn off our nav lights. Well, I guess my chat wasn't updating, guys, so my bad. The last thing I saw was Al talking about time to spend it. Bro, if they're telling you to throw them on 6-pound test, I'm telling you, dog, that's gotta be a gimmick right there. 6-pound test. 6-pound test is a gimmick for you to lose it. I mean, dude, even on the cast. So, you know, just my personal opinion, which don't mean much, but I'm just saying. All right, guys, we're gonna line up with those trees right there and attempt to do something. We'll start off right here, I guess, and then we will encroach on them little by little. There's a point that comes out right here. We are currently in 22 feet. My bait performs best when thrown on 1-pound test line. Okay, well, then I'm not throwing your bait. Seems to be a wind-blown point on this underwater hump. Still wind-blown. Al, are you saying that in your garage you have some kind of case that has lures in it? because now I got a question for you, dog. Your garage may not be like my garage, but my garage usually has some amount of humidity in there. Do you have some kind of like climate controlled garage? Oh, that was me bass fishing. I didn't go hit the like button because I'm still a little skeptical as to whether I like this or not. I don't really understand what I'm watching. So because of that, I haven't hit the like button. Just give me some time, bro, to feel out the room, to feel the vibe, and figure out whatever this is. Bro, I'm trying to feel out the room. I don't know if I like this situation here. It's been a while since I've seen him catch a fish. We're throwing a 6XD. You got Hank Cherry's autograph? The lures are in the computer room. Okay, got it. Just making sure, bro, because I know sometimes I leave a lure just sitting at my house and I'm like, what the heck? I haven't even thrown this fool. How does he already have rusty hooks? I see arches underneath me. I don't have a map, but And we're back. Bass fishing's got some collectibles right here. So, Al, when I was living in the desert, that was not a concern for me, bro. Rusty hooks were never a concern because there were only a few months in the year that you would feel some humidity. Rest of the time, bro, your baits were begging for water. But here in the South, it's a little bit different. Well, I'm a little concerned for your house plants then, bass fishing, because my lures don't need water, but I believe your plants do need water. So maybe you can get them a little bit of water. All right, I'm gonna throw a jig out here and then we're out of here. I see archers cruising underneath me, but we all have not seen any action here. But I will throw a jig a couple times and then we'll move. We'll go hit up another area. I do feel the hard bottom right there. I'm glad there's a little breeze. Since there's no clouds, it's a good thing there's a little breeze. Let's see here. What did Al just put? Hey. The jig is not getting any play so far, bro. Al. You had a nuclear career. Question for you. When you go night fishing, do you require any lights, or do you have a bit of a glow to you that allows you to see the things around you at night? This will be the last cast with the jig, and then we'll move to the next spot. Dope. Oh, we got a Homer Simpson in the crew. Oh. We got all kinds of characters. We got ourselves a Homer Simpson. All right, let's move to the next spot. We will side image it, see what we see. See if we have the same luck that we had yesterday. We ran up on them and we're like, okay. But then we missed one of them. And caught the other. And we're not going far. You guys can face forward. That'll be fine. Remember, guys, we are in search of that 6-pounder. Where it's at, nobody knows. Round and round we go. Pretty sure I had suggested to everybody, hey, anytime you side image, you should probably side image with the sun behind you. But yet here I am. I mean, in front of you. But yet here I am. Side imaging with the sun behind me. One day I will learn. Took too long to get off the main motor. Let's see what happens. Unlimited. Did you wear the long sleeves, dog? Screen view. Yeah, you talking to me? Did you wear the long sleeves, Unlimited? Right way. All right, let's try this, guys. We are in 20 feet of water. Huh? Oh. Are you talking about the nomenclature that I'm using, like side view instead of side scan or whatever I said? I mean, potentially I'm mixing up Hummingbird and Lowrance, but it's all the same stuff, bro. I was a Hummingbird guy before I was a Lowrance guy. I mean, that's why I say spot lock, because I believe that is a Lowrance term. I mean, a hummingbird term, and anchor or something like that. Anchor lock or whatever they call it. That's a Lowrance term. We just run into a catfish down there. We got catfish slime on it. That's interesting. Where did we get that catfish slime from? So, Al, like side image, side scan, side view, whatever the proper terminology is, I do it facing into the sun because of the glare. That's the only reason. Because when I do it with the sun at my back, I gotta be doing things like this and blocking, making shadows and stuff, and it's dumb. So that's why I've said it out loud, but apparently I don't follow my own advice. I said it out loud to, all right, have the sun or side scan facing the sun anytime you can. But I don't take my own advice, bro, so anyways. Yeah, that's the only reason, dog, is so that you don't need to fight the glare. So far, no action. I did pull off just a little bit further than I would have, just to see, because it looked like there was some arches, and I just stopped once the arches stopped. Now the weirdest thing is that I'm not feeling the bottom. That's odd. Very odd. I'm in 20 feet of water, but I should be getting closer to. I'm gonna cast a little bit more to the left. We'll do a couple more casts here, guys, and then we are moving. I'm fan casting where I think this hump is, but I don't feel any hard bottom like I did yesterday. Seems like I was a little bit closer yesterday. So we'll move in just a little bit. Okay, now we're in 15 feet of water. It is a I would say a northwest wind, I believe. I think that was potentially it. Well, I was gonna say, one of these weeks there was supposed to be like a drop in temperature, but I don't think it's this week. Might be next week. Oh, bass fishing, I'm bouncing it off the bottom. Haven't found the hard bottom just yet. I'm at 15 feet of water. Well, let's say 16, 17. And this is a 6XD. So in theory, I should be bumping on the bottom. All right, we'll throw a jig and then we'll bounce. We're gonna go look around. We have continued our non-zero streak, so now we can just look around. Do some exploring. I missed it, guys. Oops. So I was right, bro, a northwest. Dang, bro, I'm like a weather app. This is the On the Water Weather Report, brought to you by the Latin Bass Assassin. All right, guys, so it is a little bit breezy. It is a northwest wind. Allowing for the temp to stay down just a little bit. We will be fishing till 11-ish. It is 8:30-ish. Maybe Unlimited will have his yard finished by the 11-ish hour. And then he'll get off the water and off the mower and be all like, what the heck? This fool just finished? I do feel some hard bottom now, but one more cast with a jig and then we're out of here. A splash, huh? Let's go to the deeper side. $115 to $120. That sounds a little hot. All right, guys, let's move. We're gonna search. This might get a little boring. We will be doing some viewing off to the sides. I don't know exactly if I want to move the... You are right, bass fishing. Loons have, it seems like they've avoided me lately. They're probably just beefing up or something. They're getting ready for round 2. I don't know it, but they're training. All right, guys, let's go look at some things. Yo, Moon, you ever hear the story of when I slept through a storm? I'm not here trying to one-up your storm story, bro. But you ever hear that story when I slept through a storm? All right, while I'm side imaging, I will tell this story. So I used to live in a town. A town far away from my parents. It was like an hour and 45 minutes or whatever away from my parents. So every time the weekend would show up, I would go to my parents' house because this town that I lived in was super boring. So I said, I'll just go visit my parents. Not because it was super boring and that's the only time I visit my parents, but because that town was super boring. So, and I was young, bro. I was a young buck, and I was like, I need to go and get into some trouble somewhere. This town, I can't get into trouble in this town. So, but oddly enough, that town is where I met the moderator, so I guess I could get into trouble. And I'm still in trouble on the daily ever since I found trouble at that town. But the moderator might be asleep, so we might have gotten away with that one. But either way, since I would go to visit my parents all the time because I'm a good son, all this other stuff, right? I went and I packed my stuff. I was like, all right, well, it looks like there's a big storm that is about to hit. So what I'll do is I'll be smart and I'll do the one smart thing I've done in my life. I will avoid the storm. I won't go through the storm, and I'll just be all like, all right, let's just wait it out. So I said, all right, I'll just take a shower, pack my stuff, and then uh-oh, boys, we're busted. So I can't finish the story, but I can, and I will. So I was like, all right, I'll just wait out the storm. So I even had time to take a nap, dude. I was like, man, this storm, whatever, I'm just gonna take a nap. But there was mountains in this area that I was living at. So the storm looked like, and I'm talking about like really high mountains, bro. So the storm looked crazy in the mountains, and then it was gonna come back down, and then we were just gonna deal with it, right? So I was like, all right, I'll just wait it out. I took a nap, and then I woke up, and then there was a little bit of light left. It was now probably like maybe 6 o'clock or something, but it was around the summertime, so there was still light left. I'm just side imaging, guys. This will make sense in a little bit. So I was like, all right. I wake up, I get all my stuff. I feel like I've made a good decision, guys. I'm very proud of myself at this point in time. I'm like, you know what? You did good, dog. You did good. You did the right thing. You erred on the side of caution. You didn't force it. I know you'll try and force it just because you think you're a bad bass, and you'll force it. So, you know, it's a good thing you didn't do it. And then, what do you call it? So then I get up, I look, and I'm like, all right, this is cool. And I'm wondering, this is interesting, because I look outside, not the side imaging or whatever, but the part of the story. I look outside and I'm all like, well, I'm pretty sure I parked my car right here, but I don't see my car. So what's that all about? And so now I'm thinking, did somebody just steal my car? Because, I mean, this is a small town, bro. I was like, somebody just stole my car. But then, at the same time that my neighbor comes out to try and tell me something, I look, and I could see my car off in the distance, I'm like, wait a second. All right, am I going crazy? I'm pretty sure I parked right there. What is my car doing way over there? Better question, what is my car doing way over there butted up against another car? I'm like, all right, this doesn't make any sense. What's going on here? And then my neighbor comes over, and we were in apartments, and he's like, hey man, I was trying to wake you. I was knocking on your door. And I was like, okay, why? And he goes, because, man, this big storm came through, and there was like a river that just went through here. And I'm like, what the heck? What are you talking about, a river? He said, it just was raining so hard in the mountains that this river came through here, and I was trying to get your attention, and it took your car away. And I was like, what? What are you talking about, dog? I thought my neighbor was insane. I was like, this fool's tripping, bro. The dude was cool, but he was a little bit out there. He was like an extremely cool dude. He let me see Saturn through his telescope because, there's a side story, but because I came home one time, I don't know where the heck I was, but I came home and then I was like, what the heck is this monstrosity in front of my door or near my door? And I was like, what the heck is this? So this fool had set up a telescope, and then I was like, all right. And then he's like, hey, you want to check out Saturn? I was like, oh, sure, I'll check it out. And it was pretty cool, bros. I was able to see Saturn through the biggest telescope I had ever seen. And I was like, dang, that's a huge telescope, bro. I need a telescope that huge to see Saturn. I don't know if I'm ever gonna see Saturn again in my life. So he comes out and he tells me that river went through there. And I was like, what the? Sounds like, all right, let's check it out, bro. And I go to my car, and my car, dude, has this mud line on the side of it. And I was like, what the heck? I'm looking at this mud line and I'm like, dude, what the heck is going on here? It's butted up against the other car, all they're just buddies and stuff. And I'm like, all right, this is super weird. And then I open the door, bro. And as I open the door, all this water comes out. And I was like, okay, maybe this guy wasn't on something. I believe there may have been a river that went through here. So I was shocked, dog. I was like, I wanted to avoid this storm. How did I still get taken out by this storm? So I was totally confused. And then I opened the hood, and and the hood, when I opened it, the engine was encased in mud, bro. It was just some kind of river went through there and took my car and just destroyed it, bro. And sadly to say, I had to spend the weekend in that sleepy town, bro. And I was like, what the? I had plans to go do crazy stuff. I had plans to do hood rat stuff. But I guess those plans were thwarted by the storm. And that's the one time that I was like, okay, I'm gonna do the smart thing, guys, and avoid this storm. And I still got sucker punched by the storm. And it gets even worse, guys, because as I get sucker punched by this storm, I'm like, okay, well, my car is probably totaled. My car's totaled, so we'll see what's up. Dudes, that was my first brand new car ever. In fact, come to think of it, that was my first and last brand new car ever. Because I had, and it was nothing fancy, bro. It was just a Nissan Sentra. It had a good sound system, whatever, but it wasn't fancy. It was like a starter car. Because I had my first, legitimate let's not say legitimate, but I had my first job where I was getting a, like a steady paycheck and whatever. So I was all like, yeah, let me treat myself to a brand new car. And so I buy the car, and the insurance is all like, yeah, dog, this is totaled. And I'm like, dang it. And then they're like, so what we're gonna give you is like $20 or whatever. And I'm all like, what? $20? This car, I owe this much on it. And then they're all like, yeah, but that's your problem, dog. This car is only valued at this much now. And I was like, oh, you gotta be kidding me. So not only did the storm kick me in the unmentionables, but it also taught me the lesson, which I share this lesson with as many people as I can. You guys should get gap insurance, because if the value of your car goes down and you still owe money, that gap insurance will cover said gap. So now I get gap insurance just in case something stupid like that happens, and I won't owe on a car that I don't even have. So lesson learned, and this is just for me, guys, not for you guys. But the lesson I learned was throw caution to the wind, because it's just gonna get you in the end anyway. So I throw caution to the wind, and I just kind of do whatever and say, I'll deal with it later. That's why we have different versions of me. Past me, present me, and future me. And none of them are ever like all on the same side. Sometimes past me is all like, you know what? Well, so see right there, past me was all like, let's do, well, technically present me at the time was like, hey, let's do the cautious thing and not go out in the storm. And then future me was all like, what the heck? You just screwed us over, past me. So, it is the choices of either one. I mean, I guess technically future me can't make any choices, right? I mean, that can affect anybody, and future me becomes past me or even present me, as future me is now, but not now, and then now, and also now. So future me is now me, present me, at this moment, and then at this moment, and then that moment. But at the same time, as I am now future me, past me is right behind me 1 second. So you see what I'm saying, guys? This is a very fluid situation here. But either way, past me made a choice that future me had to deal with. And that right there, guys, is the storm that I slept through and ended up getting screwed over either way. Now, I'm just saying, I'm glad my neighbor didn't wake me up, because I could see myself, bro. I'll be right there and I'll be like, this water ain't doing nothing to me. Let's go Tokyo drift through it. And then I try and get on the road and I just be floating down to wherever. I would be one of those people on top of their car. Yo, anybody gonna help me? But, it was a so-called 100-year storm, and apparently a levee broke, and that's why all the water came rushing down. But I haven't even lived 100 years, and I know they had another storm similar to that. But all they do is change the number of years. It's not a 100-year storm anymore, guys. It was like a 25-year storm. And you're like, dudes, what do you weather people do? You guys just hanging out? Fluke Daddy, what's up? Insurance is a scam. And the moderator came through, taking shots at me as I'm reliving. As I'm reliving a traumatic moment, the moderator is right there saying, ha ha ha, you'll never do a smart thing again. Very interesting, moderator. You wait till I'm distracted. Okay. So yeah, guys, it was crazy. I'm seeing arches here, guys, but not able to get them to bite. We are in 25 feet of water. I seriously wish I had maps up here. 25 feet of water, and it's about like 15 feet or so out there. I'm gonna go to the jig, and I'm gonna throw a jig. It was extremely rocky out there, guys, so I'm gonna let my jig soak in there and kind of draw up one of those BBLs. But while I do this, moderator, it's one thing for me to say it, but I say it in an insightful way. You said it in a hurtful way. Okay, guys, but I gotta have a mic off moment. It's mainly so that I can cry in peace, but I gotta have a mic off moment. Dudes, I was thinking about this. What would happen? I mean, it'd be funny, but what would you guys do if, like, I'm having a mic off moment, right? And then you're like, man, this guy's taking a long time. What's going on here? And the next thing you guys do, or the next thing you guys see is me swimming to the back ladder and trying to get back up on the boat. Now, what? I mean, that would be funny, but it's still not funny. Moderator, that's because, let me see how I got there. Let me see how I got to, I believe her name was Brenda. How did I get there? Now, are you going for technical difficulty or technical issues, or are you calling for like some other customer service? Because I believe her name was Brenda. She was helping me through some technical issues. And initially, I believe that I started off with, let's just call this person an offshore individual. I believe that I began with an offshore individual, and I was all like, nah, man, that ain't working. I need to talk to somebody else. And then the offshore individual was all like, I will just say the words that the offshore individual said. I was going to become the offshore individual, but then I was like, no, do not become the offshore individual. So the offshore individual was all like, oh, well, if I can't help you with this, then let me elevate it and I will send you to this other team. And I was like, cool, thanks. And then the offshore individual pointed me in the direction of Brenda, I believe is her name. I mean, in theory, technically that person might not have been an offshore individual. But let me tell you guys, there was one time that an offshore individual, well, what I believe to be an offshore individual, and this could be, you know, my closed-mindedness, but I believe that an offshore individual was talking to me, and they said their name was, I don't know, I'm just going to pick a random name. Maybe they said their name was Travis or something, or Trevor or something. Let's go with Trevor, because Travis, I don't want him to think that, you know, we're picking on Travis. He's going to go tell his mom, and then his mom is going to come and, well, she's got a hurt foot, so she'll probably wait till her foot heals, and then she'll come and talk to me and be like, do not be talking about my Travie. My poor little Travie. So let's not say Travis. Let us go with, I don't know, let's go with Trent. All right, so they're like in what sounded like a voice from someone who is an offshore individual. They were like, hey, my name is Travis. I was like, what the, bro, you are as Travis as I am English royalty. Like, what are you talking about, bro? You ain't Travis. He's like, I'm Travis from, I don't know, he might have even said like, it was Kansas or some kind of state in the, I was like, what the, bro, I kind of feel like you're not Trent from State Farm or wherever. I'm pretty sure you're not Trent from Oklahoma or Kansas. Let's go with Kansas so their story just goes. I feel like you are not Trent from Kansas, but I could be wrong. Because again, it could be my closed-mindedness that will not put those two things together. The offshore individual's voice and the alleged offshore individual's voice, and the fact that this offshore individual lives in Kansas. It didn't make any sense. I don't even remember what I was calling for. All I'm saying is it didn't add up. So, I don't know, guys. Brenda had a baby, allegedly. Yo, Brenda had a baby, and now something. blah, blah. Brenda had a baby and now she ain't tech support. Brenda had a baby because she chose not to abort. Brenda's got a baby. Brenda had a baby. What, so, yo, Creel, I was talking about a different time at a different company, not Lawrence. The Trent person was from a different company. It could have been a cellular company. I have no idea, bro. I don't remember. I only remember the fact that it took me aback, bro, because I was like, what? This fool's talking about that he is from frickin' Kansas? I was about to start doing a Kansas quiz. Oh, maybe it was Bass Pro Shop that I called. I have no idea who it was. But I was about to start doing a Kansas quiz. And I'll be like, oh yeah, bro? Yo, how are those, how you feeling about the way that the Gamecocks are performing over there in Kansas? And they were like, oh, I love the Gamecocks, whatever. And I was like, you're wrong, dog. Kansas is not the Gamecocks. And then he'd be all like, sir, they are. And I'm like, they are not, bro. They are the Jayhawks, the Jaybirds, it's a blue bird, is all I'm saying. It's a blue bird. I don't even remember. Am I from Kansas? No. So I don't need to know all these details. Is it the Jayhawks? That'd be weird. I just know there's a stupid little bird on their jersey. But anyways. Yo, Jonathan, what's up? Moderator, how do you know that they are international? Dang, the moderator went a little more hard than I did. She's international help. I don't know that for a fact. Yo, Creel. Look, bro. I knew it was a Jayhawks, but I just didn't know it was the Jayhawks. I was like, it's the Jayhawks, I think. But either way, it doesn't matter if I knew exactly what they were called because I knew they weren't the Gamecocks because that's South Carolina, bro. So you see how one could still bust you in a lie, even though they don't know the full truth themselves. They just have to know that what they are telling you is incorrect. And if you agree to it, boom, busted. You are not from Kansas. Send me straight to Brenda. Put me on the baby monitor. Straight to Brenda. I need her help. And boom. Now, I will tell you guys that when I initially spoke with Brenda, now we weren't the best of buds. Brenda came in with a feel that was kind of like she's all like, yo, I'm just trying to get this caller to move on and, solve their problem, but we don't want to chit-chat. We don't want none of this. We just want to get the problem done. But in the end, I think I grew on her. And me and Brenda were best buds after that. We were best buds. We chit-chatted. It was like, hey, Brenda, what's happening? How's your day? Oh, yeah, Brenda, just me again. I really haven't solved the issue, so blah, blah, blah. She's like, oh, let's get on it. Let's figure this out. And then we figured it out, bros. So, you see, that is where a moment could have turned into something where me and Brenda were frustrated with each other, but instead, we became best of buds. We joked around. We laughed. We brought joy to each other's day. Now, I'm not exactly sure I could have that same kind of interaction with an offshore individual, because at this point in time, I'm like, yo, offshore, can you send me to somebody who can do something? Because here's the thing, when you're offshore, this is what they say all the time. Please give me a second so that I can discuss this with my manager. And I'm like, are you kidding me, dog? First one is free. I'm like, yeah, go ahead. Can I place you on hold as I discuss this with my manager, or as I push this up or whatever? I'm like, whatever, dog. If you want to do push-ups, go ahead. I don't care. But it better not take long. You better do the full set. You better extend all the way, or else you're like my brother and you didn't do real push-ups. But either way, you end up where you're just like, yo, dude. Sorry about that, guys. I was reading some of these comments. Either way, you end up where you're like, dudes, why have you put me on hold 3 consecutive times? Is there anything that you can do? Like, let's make this a lot easier. Tell me the list of things that you can do at your level, so that I can then tell you, okay, none of these are the things that I care about. So let us now elevate this to the next level. Because if you have to ask every time I say, okay, guys, I'm looking for this or that, can I place you on hold? No, do not place me on hold. Just send me on to the next person, dog. Like, I don't understand this. So it would just be easier if they said, I am capable of doing these things. Are any of these things what you want to be done today? No? Okay, I will now elevate this. It's just a lot simpler, bros. It's a process that doesn't need to be complicated. I mean, the moderator is probably pulling out her hair, trying to get a hold of somebody. And then you see the trouble that they will have started, because when I get home, the moderator will no longer have hair like I remember. And I'll be like, whoa, what just happened here? Then she's going to come in to hug me because she's having a frustrating day. But she will have pulled out little patches of her hair, and I'm going to be all like, whoa, don't come over here and hug me. I don't know if what you got is contagious. Kind of chill out right there. Let's assess the situation. Why do you have patches of hair missing? And then she's going to be all like, it's because Lawrence is driving me crazy. And I'll be like, okay, all right, so it's nothing contagious. You may now enter my safe space. And then as she's giving me a hug, I'm just going to be staring at her the top of her head and just be all like, bro, this is not cool. There's like patches that are gone here, here, and here, and here. And I'll be like, it's gonna be okay, maybe. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm not sure that I'm into G.I. Jane kind of chicks, you know what I'm saying? So it's gonna be weird, but all that could have been avoided if the offshore individuals would just have said, yo, ma'am, I cannot help you on this matter. Okay, I was cruising over some rocks. I thought I was getting nibbled, but no, moderator. I would not abandon you. I would address your needs from a distance. I'll be all like, yo, moderator, you need to stay right there, okay? I have very few hairs left on the top of my head. I'm kind of trying to hold on to them for as long as I can. I just need you to stay right there until we establish how we can address this issue. Though I'm pretty sure earlier I said that I would not do a smart thing ever again. So one would think that I would just go into that and be all like, yes, let me give you a hug. Even though all your hair is missing, well, not all of it, but some of it is missing on the top of your head. But at that point in time, I'd be a little cautious. I'd be all like, moderator, this looks kind of weird. Because I also, moderator, I might also think that you're losing your mind because your hair is all crazy. And if you're losing your mind, I don't know if, like, I'm gonna have to see hands. I'm gonna be like, let me see your hands. I'm gonna have to pat you down. I don't know what mental state you're in right now. I might hug you. And then as I'm hugging you and in a moment of vulnerability, trying to help you, you might pull out a knife and then stab me or something. So that's why I gotta assess the situation. If I see you with your hair all patchy, let's say. So, here's the thing, moderator. The fact that I am losing hair makes each one of the hairs that are left on my head, it makes it more of a deeper relationship that I have with them. You know what I'm saying? Because like the ones that, like when you got billions on your head, you know, you wake up and you see a couple of hairs on the pillow and you're all like, whatever. Yeah, it's cool. I lose hair all the time. Blah, 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 blah. But when you have very limited follicles on the top of your head, at that point in time, you now have a deeper relationship with each one of them. In fact, I would go so far as, depending on how many you have, you might even name some of them. And every morning, you, like, let's say you had a couple on the front, you'd be like, yo, what's up, Jerry? Yo, Jason. Yo, what's happening? Jeremy. And they're just right there, hanging out there. Now, if you woke up later or the next day and you saw that Jason was missing, yo, that's gonna hit you deep, moderator. So And this is probably not a thing you have to worry about because you don't have, you probably will not be subjected to male pattern baldness. So you're there, and then you're just all like, whoa, guys, what happened to Jason? No, Jason, no! Where are you, Jason? Jason! And you're just gonna go to your pillow, you're gonna look for him. You're gonna be looking, Jason, I know you're around here somewhere. Jason, no! This was the last place we were together. And now Jason is gone. And you're just all like, dear God, I've lost another homie. So that's why I'm saying that, and FYI, guys, I'm in some rock down here. That's what I'm casting to. That's why I'm saying that I would have you stay back for a little bit because Jason, Jeremy, and Jerry are right there, and I don't want them to be I don't know. I don't want them to catch this potential contagious hair loss situation that we got going on here. Once I've realized that Jason, Jerry, and Jeremy, the 3 J's, once I realize that they're going to be safe, then I'm like, all right, bros, we need to go help her. And then I will run to you, and these guys will love it because they will be flowing in the wind. They'll be like, oh, whoa, these are our favorite days when he goes out there and he does his knight in shining armor run. You see what I'm saying, moderator? It all ties into some kind of sanity. I have to hold on to these last few homies that are there. Oddly enough, there are no chick hairs. I don't know why, but I don't think any of my... That's probably what happened, dog. The chick hairs that were on my head, they probably left. And they're about like, oh my God, this chauvinist pig, I don't want to be on this head anymore. I can't with this guy. He's over here talking about he doesn't wash dishes. I can't with this guy. Oh. So you see what I'm saying, moderator? It all makes sense because, in fact, it makes sense that all the lady hairs have left because probably they felt all the testosterone and they're like, oh my God, I feel so dirty with all this testosterone. I mean, these guys just do guy stuff and oh my God, when are we gonna go to the salon or something? And then the dude hairs are like, salon? We don't go to salons here. Psh, we don't even wash our hair. Who cares? And then they're all like, yeah, if you don't like it, get out of here. And I didn't agree to that, but you know, testosterone-filled hairs, they are going to be very, very machismo, you know what I'm saying? They'll be like, look, ladies, if you don't like it, you can get out of here. And I'm like, well, let's discuss this, guys. We also need these lady hairs because in order for us to have fullness on the top of our head, we must have the lady hairs. So, I don't know. That's just the way I see it, moderator. If that ends up getting me like 30 days in the, I don't know what this apparatus is where you stick your head and your hands through there. I forgot what it's called. But if it gets me 30 days in that, then I will spend those 30 days knowing that I told the truth. I told the truth that Is that thunder? I believe that to be thunder. Guys, look, this is how it is. Over here, all bright and sunny. And everybody's, oh, yay, yay. Life is good, blah, blah, blah. But behind the scenes, dude, what is going on over there? That is definitely thunder. I swear to you guys, I saw some fish here. Where are they now? I don't know. I think that storm was somebody giving me a warning. Hey, you should probably shut up now because the moderator is cooking up this storm over here. Moderator, are you gonna send a storm at me? Man, I really wish I had maps, guys, so I could see what the heck I'm throwing to. Offshore fishing is a lot easier when you got maps. I can hear it, Ruben. It's making me scared. I'm getting scared, Ruben. I don't see a cloud near me, but I can hear it. I can hear it coming in the air tonight. Oh, Lord. Yes, Bromance came through and said, it was like, bro, you're like Wolverine. And so now the moderator is Storm, and she's sending me a warning shot. She's sending me this little storm over here. It's all like, watch your mouth, tread lightly. Can you guys hear the thunder? All right, bass fishing. Do you think that the moderator is going to want, I mean, she's smarter than that, dog. She's not going to want to have it live when she attempts to take me out. She's not going to want that, bro. That's evidence. So she will not be doing that for her own safety. She's seen a couple of ID shows, bro. My dad used to tell her about the ID channel and the shows that he watches. Lightning strike in your area. Where? It might have to be a pay-per-view, dog. And that will be the most viewed Rodcast ever. It's about to blot out the sun. So bass fishing, if you want to keep your hair, I think you probably need a little more estrogen. I think that's all right. All right. I won't be saying any more things. I don't know if you guys can hear that thunder. Okay, Ruben can hear him. Okay, you got to pick, Snizook. Do you want to be a man and be balding? Or do you want to be a sort of man and have your hair? One or the other, dog. Sometimes you can't be both. Dude, there's a lot of hard bottom right here, dog. Mother Nature has been doing squats, but not a single bite. Why? That sounds extremely violent over there. All right, guys. The clouds are starting to block out the sun. At this point in time, they are heading towards the ramp. It might be wise for us to head towards the ramp. And begin our shutdown process. It is not 11-ish, but it is lightning-ish. Can't tell if these clouds are getting closer, growing bigger. What is going on? I feel like it's gonna go away, but I don't know. We should at least get some water. Get some water. It's starting to build off to the right over here. I think that might have been lightning. All right, guys, it's starting to build off to the right over here. It's starting to head towards the ramp. I'm gonna head to the ramp as well. Now, we don't need to get scared just yet, guys. It is getting dark, but we are not concerned. Somebody just turned off the lights in this place. Oh, they turned off the lights and they turned up the bass. Boom! That's what's up. It's party time, boys and girls, and whatever girl hairs are left still on my head. Probably not very many. And if there are girl hairs left on my head, they are probably, let's just say, very machismo. They're very machismo hairs, let's say. I'm gonna give you guys this view. The upward cloud view as we're cruising. Probably get some of you guys seasick. Colin will get his shanty. Will he go in or shanty? That is unknown. It is possible he shan't. Might be an alto-cumulus cloud here, Snozook. I'm no cloud expert, but out on the water, I believe we see an alto-cumulus cloud fighting the sun. It is trying to build, but the sun is evaporating it as we speak. Back to you, John. That was a live weather update from the Latin Bass Assassin. And now to sports with the Latin Bass Assassin. Yo, yes, this is sports. Latin Bass Assassin. LeBron sucks, and he's a flopper. He ain't the GOAT. Jordan's the GOAT. Everybody knows it. If you don't know that, well then, you don't know Shad. Back to you, John. All right, guys, that's going to take us to a commercial break. Oh, you guys see the clouds creeping in over there, over that little mountain. They're all like, hey, don't mind us, we're just little clouds. Don't mind us, we're just little clouds over here trying to ruin someone's day. My day. I don't trust these storms, bro. My brother used to tell me, hey, bro, be scared. And I ain't scared. I just don't trust them. It's a trust factor, not a fear factor. Not looking to infringe on Joe Rogan's Fear Factor show, but it is more of a trust factor. Jonathan is saying it should be going in the opposite direction of me. Okay. I hear you loud and clear, bro. Guy chilling in the safety of his house. I've seen these guys, bro. I've seen them just all of a sudden you're chilling and you're like, ah, yeah, we're good. We ain't good. I just need to be near the lightning, bro. And I could be a target. All right, Snizook. So you want me to fish off of the metal dock? You want me to fish off of the metal dock and see what happens? Nazook, I always love the ideas you come up with, bro. Your ideas is crazy, dog. You're like, hey, let's friggin' something crazy. It's even hard for me say something that's crazy to match your crazy ideas, dog. And I say that in the most affectionate manner, bro. But, you know. He's the idea machine. All right, guys. I am more than likely going to call it because we got to have other Rodcasts. I know the moderator said I've never done another smart thing since then. But let's see what this is. We'll come back in the afternoon, boys and girls, when it's a little safer. But while we wait for this, while we wait for me to get the truck, you know how we've been doing lately.
Yeah. Yeah. Hey. Yeah. Yeah. Hey. Guntersville. On the lake. We chillin'. Drillin'. LA and GM even Creel too. Unlimited calling, yeah, that's the crew. Unlimited calling, yeah, that's the crew. Unlimited calling, yeah, that's the crew. Guntersville. Riding on silver. Ripping and spilling. Wake up early, sun on the rise, waves damn sharp like blades in the skies. Throttle down, silver skates on glass, boat slicing clean like a samurai slash. Creel got the bait lines heavy with dreams, unlimited vision, plotting schemes. Callers on the deck, calling the plays. LA and G, I'm setting the blaze. Engine growl, yeah, that's our sound. Lake so smooth, feel skybound. Guntersville gang, we own this town. Guntersville, on the lake, we chillin', thrillin'. LA and GM even Creel too. Unlimited calling, yeah, that's the crew. Unlimited calling, yeah, that's the crew. Unlimited calling, yeah, that's the crew. Guntersville, riding on silver, ripping and spilling. Dockside vibes where the stories unfold. Fish tails big, but the crew stays bold. Trophies stacking like chips in a game. Legends of the lake, yeah, they know our name. Life jackets whacked out, neon and black. Cooler on deck, snack stacked to the max. Silver's weight cutting a lightning streak. Guntersville is flow, unique technique. Villains on the water, hearts of gold. Stories told, but the lake's still cold. Riding waves, carving paths unseen. Guntersville fam, we the dream team. You take it. Dope, jack, in it.
Oh man, I keep on clicking the one that doesn't go on repeat. My bad, dogs. My bad. All right, I'm assuming you guys saw that lightning bolt. But, you know, anyways. Sometimes 11-ish comes a little earlier than 11-ish, and sometimes it shows up a little later than 11-ish. This is the one.
Yeah. Yeah. on the rise, waves damn sharp like blades in the skies. Throttle down, silver skates on glass. Both slicing clean like a samurai slash. Real got the bait lines heavy with dreams. Unlimited vision, plotting schemes. Callers on the deck, calling the plays. LA and G, I'm setting the blaze. Engine growl, yeah, that's our sound. Lake so smooth, feel skybound. Guntersville gang, we own this town. Guntersville, Guntersville. On the lake, we chillin', thrillin'. LA and GM, even Creole too. Unlimited calling, yeah, that's the crew. Unlimited calling, yeah, that's the crew. Unlimited calling, yeah, that's the crew. Guntersville, Guntersville. Riding on silver, ripping and spillin'. Dockside vibes where the stories unfold. Fish tails big, but the crew stays bold. Trophies stacking like chips in a game. Legends of the lake, yeah, they know our name. Life jackets swagged out, neon and black. Cooler on deck, snack stack to the max. Silver's way cutting the lightning streak. Guntersville is slow, unique technique. Villains on the water, hearts of gold. Stories told, but the lake's still cold. Riding waves, carving paths unseen. Guntersville fam, we the dream team. You taking me? Dope, check it. Early, sun on the rise, waves damn sharp like blades in the skies. Throttle down, silver skates on glass. Both slicing clean like a samurai slash. Real got the bait lines heavy with dreams. Unlimited vision, plotting schemes. Callers on the deck, calling the plays. LA and G, I'm setting the blaze. Engine growl, yeah, that's our sound. Lake so smooth, feel skybound. Guntersville gang, we down. Guntersville, Guntersville. On the lake, we chillin', thrillin'. LA and GM, even Creole too. Unlimited calling, yeah, that's the crew. Unlimited calling, yeah, that's the crew. Unlimited calling, yeah, that's the crew. Guntersville, Guntersville. Riding on silver, ripping and spillin'. Dockside vibes where the stories unfold. Fish tails big, but the crew stays bold. Trophies stacking like chips in a game. Legends of the lake, yeah, they know our name. Life jackets swagged out, neon and black. Cooler on deck, snack stack to the max. Silver's way cutting the lightning streak. Guntersville is slow, unique technique. Villains on the water, hearts of gold. Stories told, but the lake's still cold. Riding waves, carving paths unseen. Guntersville fam, we the dream team. You taking me? Dope, check it.
All right, dudes. I don't think anybody's ever told me if they like that noise to be playing or just to be sitting in silence while you guys are all like, well, let's just see what kind of things we can say about him while he's not here watching, because he'll probably never see him. So I don't know if you guys appreciate hearing that outro. I don't know. And the oddity is, the freshest part of the day is when I'm getting off the water. But the hottest part, I was like, yeah, whatever, we're out here. That's the part that's dumb. But sometimes we gotta play it safe. Because again, it's just fishing, dogs. It is just fishing. We ain't getting smoked out here. Cloud is just chilling right here. I think the cloud is chilling right here, waiting to see what my move is. All right, guys, my apologies that Mother Nature scared me into thinking that I was going to get struck by lightning, but also I think this is the best move because I want to go have the discussion with the moderator about the hair. I want to go have it while she's at her freshest in recollection and emotion. So I don't want to take time and let her cool down. You want to get it at its most freshest and most raw. That is when you want to handle the situation, guys. Not a cool down process. No way, bro. You want to handle it when it's at its craziest. I mean, that's just what I do. You guys can think otherwise, but all right, my dudes, we will be back. God willing and weather permitting, we will be back at 5-ish. I don't know what the weather's gonna be like. I didn't expect this. So anyways, so we will see how we play it out. Bromance, I know it's your day off, dog, but this looked like it was headed towards us. It's just kind of chilling right here, dog. Just kind of chilling. But either way, guys, fish around and find out. I've been on hold for Lance with hello. All right, guys, looks like I'm gonna take a beating for Lawrence. So Lawrence, you owe me one. Peace out.